das pessoas. É uma das agendas mais difíceis, né? Tanto é que é uma agenda que não se consegue resolver com muita facilidade.
This is not an easy agenda to address.
O Brasil tem ainda 2.700 lixões, né? Mais de 40% dos nossos resíduos não tem uma destinação. Cidade que nós queríamos, o Brasil ainda engatinha na criação.
Brazil is at the very beginning when it comes to creating a circular economy policy. And the purpose of this panel today is to discuss about these best practices, increasing recycling of solid waste, the role of recyclable waste pickers. And in this sense, we know that our president has a strong interest in this agenda that is very dear to him, and I'm gonna hear from representatives of waste pickers movements that have a very beautiful relationship with our president, and he's gonna tell us about it. But we know that the bill is difficult to assess for the ones who are operating in the sector. We have some examples, and Fabiana will present the role of Itaipu, because Itaipu decided to adopt this agenda and as a consequence created a very successful program in Brazil for increasing recycling, for acknowledging the work of waste pickers. We are also gonna hear from an MP from the city of São Paulo. She is at the environmentalist front, together with other political representatives. And she's going to talk about raising awareness among children when it comes to reducing pollution. We know how important it is to address the solid wastes since young age. And many of the waste pickers, they work with their families, with their children. They do not have social protection. So these workers, they have to work with very young children sometimes. So we're going to hear about it. And we're going to hear about the enactment of a piece of legislation in Brazil. This was passed at the city level, but we are going to try and enlarge it to govern the payment for environmental services, including the picking, and the recycling of solid waste. And then we're going to listen from Severino, a leader in the National Waste Pickers Movement, MNCR. And he, together with other leaders, integrate another network such as the International Alliance of Waste Pickers, the International Solid Waste Alliance. And we have lots of comrades in other countries in Latin America, such as Chile. First, I would like to hear from Fabiana. If you could please tell about the work carried out by Itaipu Binational, because you set a program that included several local programs, several local projects that have been made possible thanks to this program. If you could please make your presentation. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. My name is Fabiana. I'm here on behalf of Itaipu Binational. I would like to greet our colleagues, the members of the panel. It's a real pleasure to share this session with you. We are going to discuss some achievements and challenges in waste management in the past years when it comes to our solid waste management program at Itaipu. Itaipu is a hydroelectric power company that has the mission of generating high quality electrical energy with social and environmental responsibility, contributing to sustainable development in Brazil and in Paraguay. And in here you can see Itaipu's area of activity. As you can see, we are present in Brazil and Paraguay, and we are present in two states, Mato Grosso do Sul and Paraná. That's our area of coverage. You can see the expansion area. We grow every year. And here I present to a timeline of our waste management program. In year 2003, we set the program and we started with the Solidary Selective Collection Project. This project was created by Itaipu, and we created the first association of recyclers in the region. In the year 2006, we included 29 municipalities in this project. In 2015, we launched the first version of the Reciclometer, which is a tool that monitors solid waste management. In 2017, we launched the Solid Waste Management Program officially. And we extended our operation to 55 cities. In 2023, we have the program Itaipu More Than Energy. We are going to also operate in Paraná, in other cities in Paraná and Mato Grosso do Sul. In our program Itaipu More Than Energy, we count on the participation of 363 municipalities that are registered under our program, and we have 57 recycling projects in the context of our solid waste management project. You can see this belt that is used to enable the recycling work and the separation and the segregation of different material according to their type. And here you have this UVR, the unit of valuation of recyclables. Our solid waste program is able to combine the recyclable issue through the recyclable valuation units where we separate material, so we separate glass, plastic, paper. We also take into account the rejects in some areas that do not have a landfill, for instance, we put some cities that have the project together so that we can provide transportation. So waste produced in small-sized municipalities are transported for larger-sized cities where we have the possibility of sending them to a landfill, and we also have a group of managers, and we also make the collection of organic waste from schools, hospitals, and other facilities in the area. In a nutshell, the solid waste management program is carried out by several partners. Itaipu operates as the coordinator of the program. However, it is carried out by several partners. We wouldn't be able to execute this by ourselves. It's a solid waste program after all. So we have local partners, municipalities, associations of waste pickers. We all get together in order to carry out the operation, and Itaipu provides support in terms of education, technical assistance. Also, we leverage our technological park where we provide the technical assistance. We also have people from the PTI that provides assistance at the recyclables recovery unit. We also have the recycle meter that allows for the measuring of the impact of this waste management. And in some cities, we recover up to 80% of the waste management program. So we are able to fund the installation of some recycling waste units. And here you can see the cycle. It starts with the truck, the waste recycling trucks that travel to people's houses. So this fosters education of people living in urban areas. So they needed to know what day the truck will be at their place so that they can give their waste. Then it goes to a unit where the waste pickers are going to separate the material. And once they do this, the solid waste will be addressed to the recycling industry. Currently, we have 55 municipalities that are part of our solid waste program and also 65 formal groups of waste pickers, 67 recyclables recovery units that generate data that feed our recyclometer. Some impacts on the field. Every year, we saw an increase in the tons of recyclable waste per month, as well as in the number of workstations and the average income of waste pickers. So we had an increase year after year, and we are contributing to 4 Sustainable Development Goals. You can see the comparison of the situation before our program. You can see this unit, this area where they concentrated the recycling waste. As you can see, these are not good working conditions. The equipment is precarious without any type of maintenance. So the workers did not have decent working conditions so that they could carry out their work. And this is after the program has been implemented. You have the Recyclables Recovery Unit, the RRU, that makes the work easier. So they have a place where they can have a meal, a laundry, toilet. This is all part of the project. So really we try and take care of the facilities. Here you can see the truck, the recycling truck, the another RRU. This is before sorting the products, and this is after once we pack our recyclable waste. So we separate according to the type. We prepare these packs that are sent to specific recycling plants, which is much better for the workers. So before the program, there were no targeted actions, not available data, and the waste collectors did not have an operational structure. They were not organized. So after the program, they were able to have integrated regional initiatives. They were able to form groups and become better organized. As you can see, we bring it together PTI, Itaipu, the Waste Picker Associations, and the cities. Again, the recyclometer. This is a monitoring tool that allows us to assess monthly the amount of recyclable waste. This is a very interesting tool because each RRU collects data regarding to the amount of recyclable waste. As a consequence, we are able to assess the amounts over certain periods, for instance, monthly, annually, and the recyclometer indicates the amount of recyclable waste that have been actually recycled and the amount of fuel that was used or other sources, how many trees have been saved. I mean, all the savings that were generated as a consequence of this recycling work. As you can see, we cover 55 municipalities with the recycle meters, and every RRU has one technician that collects data and fits the system with the data. Additionally, we carry out recycling of waste collected in the lake. So we already recycled 300 tons of waste from the lake with the assistance, of course, of the waste pickers. As for future plans and some challenges, we need to be able to improve our data collection, having more information. The waste management program was able to facilitate greater social inclusion with the joint work between waste pickers associations and the city. We also need to implement what we call reverse logistics and also improve the green and circular economy. And it's also important to strengthen the cooperatives and the academia. I would like to thank my colleagues from Itaipu and PTI for the work they carry out with the waste speakers, and also I would like to thank the waste speakers, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Fabiana. This case is very interesting because it shows the importance of the infrastructure. Infrastructure is fundamental. The waste speakers, they need an area where they can work with decent working conditions that is accompanied by environmental education with the participation of the society. So a work that goes in hand with the mayors, with the towns, and Itaipu is also a partner at the CISC, the social inclusion of waste speakers, a body that was created by the President Lula, and we have also the Pro Waste Speakers program. So we have a set of actions through which the municipalities and the states can address this topic. We know that it's difficult to address this topic, and the quality of the waste reaching the recycling units are not of good quality. So it is very important to step up actions in this field, and the federal government will open a call for payment of services projects that can be submitted by the recycling units, because in addition to the sale of this waste, there is environmental services that needed to be compensated, such as the collection of this waste, the picking of this waste. This is an important work that needs to be valued. So in this sense, I'd like to listen from our MP, because she works in the state of São Paulo and she's an environmental leader at the Municipal Assembly in the city of São Paulo. She was a pioneer because she proposed a legislation for payment for environmental services. She also fosters the recycling waste activity. And Aline will also, after her, talk about some efforts that are made in order to create second-level cooperatives that give scale and volume to this work, that allows waste pickers to organize themselves in groups and sell the waste for the industries. But we needed to be able to collect and separate high-quality materials so that we can have partnerships with the industry. So let's listen to this environmental leader in our municipal assembly. Please, Marina, you have the floor.
Hunger was invented by those who eat. This is a phrase by Marina de Jesus. It's a good way to open this panel because it reminds us how essential it is to talk about this with a social inclusion perspective. So when we talk about recycling, waste, what we've just heard from Secretary Dalberto, there is a choice that is made when you don't prioritize, when you don't give solutions to make sure that waste collectors and recycling is our main solution in dealing with waste, which generating value, social impact, social inclusion. And this has been a choice Brazil has made, and I'm very happy to be here. I'd like to greet Severino. He's done wonderful work. Also Fabiana, who's showing how we can do things differently. Aline, it's a pleasure sitting next to you. And I also, through you, greet Valkyria, Luzia, these collectors that have taught me so much, because a lot of the time it is women who are behind and pressuring this agenda in Brazil, women waste collectors. So through you, I want to greet every single one of them. And I also greet Adalberto, a dear friend who has made this a priority every single day in office to value and to try and improve waste collectors' lives. And we see that this isn't a priority because in contracts signed by municipalities, they do not have any payment for waste collectors. These are the largest contracts, waste collection contracts. For the city of São Paulo, it's 2 billion reais almost. And we go to these events and we emphasize that it just doesn't add up in terms of waste collectors, what they're being paid for, and everything they have to do themselves. So we pay a lot to these huge groups that are good at lobbying, so they can go and send all this waste to landfills. But to these waste collectors cooperatives, we just provide some incentives, and they are the ones that have to survive on their own by the sale of their material whilst providing an important service. So I think this is a wrong scheme because they're providing a service and that service should be compensated financially, which is why we have to advance with the PSAL law, the law for the payment of environmental urban services. And we're trying to form this law and get it approved so that at the subnational level, this is better regulated and there is compensation for environmental services provided by waste collectors. And this is the rationale we're going to follow because yes, they do provide a service. There is a possibility of recycling. And of course, there is income they can draw from there. But aside from that, they are collecting all this waste. They are giving it a different destination, and this should be compensated. We have an important law that's already 10 years old stating that recycling should be the second step in dealing with waste. So first we need to reduce, recycle, reuse. So being able to meet this legislation is essential because it's the law after all. And we have this very good case in Itaipu, a good example that shows that it is possible to do that. You need structure, you need to close the cycle, you need circular economy, you need to make sure that there is security, safety for them to be able to do their work, and you need to generate resources. You need to have resources dedicated to this aspect. It's very different here in Brazil compared to Europe. We need to value these people and their work they're doing. It has a positive environmental impact. Here we are in Dubai. maybe half of the waste here is burned, goes to incinerator. We were invited to see what this process is like. We visited these burners. And in Brazil, less than 5% of waste is recycled. So we have a huge waste problem. And we should be looking at all solutions. We should be looking at incineration, making sure we have the best standard in terms of what's emitted. But we can only get there if we're able to get the waste collectors problem solved. We can't be spending millions of reais or dollars in incinerators if we haven't made sure that these people have an appropriate place to work, that their rights, labor rights are met, that we're able to also expand our recycling capacity. And some people argue, well, there's room for everyone in Brazil. Well, maybe that's true. But if we make sure that first we're able to expand our recycling numbers, if we're able to compensate the waste collectors, and if we're able to ensure that they can do their work with dignity. So we have to be very clear about our priorities. I think this isn't the number one priority. Let me talk a little bit about the legislation which was approved in São Paulo. It was an important step. We're looking for other ways to ensure that there will be compensation for these people and that the law will be abided by. So every large event in São Paulo today has to sign a contract with a cooperative, a waste collection cooperative, and this has to be done before the event because a lot of the times they plan events and it's not the best way to do it in environmental terms. And let me give you an example. Lollapalooza, a big concert that happened in Brazil, they were concerned about not having plastics at the event. Okay. But then they distributed acrylic cups and they're not recyclable. But plastic would have been recyclable. And then they sent all of these acrylic cups to the cooperatives and they said, well, look at all this waste. You'll be able to, profit from this, but this is not recyclable material. So there is this obligation now to give priorities to the waste collectors cooperatives. And aside from that, in the law, the contracts need to be signed before the event actually happens. We did use the word preferentially instead of it being mandatory because for a lot of our municipalities in the state of São Paulo, there still don't exist any waste collection cooperative. So there needs to be at least that attempt, where possible, to sign contracts with waste collectors before the event actually takes place so we recycle more. The law was approved. Everyone said we wouldn't be able to approve it. São Paulo doesn't really have a progressive government. And throughout the process, we've been able to show the benefits of this law. We've been able to show this internationally as well. Now it's going to be regulated, become a decree, so that we can have new tools in Brazil to give priority to waste collectors and to enable them to do their work. We have the discussion about the Environmental Urban Services Law, PSAU, which is underway. The discussions about this law are underway. We have a lot of information on our Congress website, on our website. So please provide feedback so that we can make it more appropriate. And I want to close by saying how important it is for us as consumers to talk to companies that provide wrapping and packaging. We have a solid waste law. We have been talking about reverse logistics credits and how all that is going to work. I think we still need to expand the participation of waste collectors and get their input, but we also have to discuss what kind of material are they choosing in these packagings. There's a huge technology stand here, and there's a huge technology stand by Tetra Pak, saying how wonderful Tetra Pak is, this Brazilian company which makes the milk cartons and other cartons. However, this is very problematic material. It's difficult to recycle. We don't have a good destination for it in our country. However, most people think that it's very sustainable. They're happy to buy something that's wrapped in Tetra Pak. And they say, oh, I'm buying Tetra Pak. It's more sustainable than plastic. But plastic can easily be recycled while Tetra Pak can't. So we have to talk to companies. What kind of technology are you using or creating to make sure there is value in the product after or when it's going to be recycled? And how can we put pressure on companies to make sure that they look at their own responsibilities? Yes, there are laws, but how can they go further? How can they go beyond? And I want to talk about the federal government and its role, the very important role it's had regarding the tax we were charging to import waste, while the previous administration had just removed it or lowered it, which meant that developed countries were basically sending their waste over here, over to Brazil. So the fact that we brought it back up was, of course, a huge improvement so that we can just concentrate on our waste and value the waste collectors that work here. We have a reference who we pay homage to in our collectors law, and on behalf of him and his name, it's important to improve our work with waste collectors in our country, but also recycling as a whole. Thank you, Congresswoman Marina Alô. Thank you for your leadership, for your sensitivity in choosing this topic and making it a big part of your work, working with other congressmen and congresswomen as well from other states. We know this is a complicated agenda. There needs good connections with different levels of government for it to happen. But we see how important it is to have the legislative branch and the executive branch talking to get things going. You, Aline, are a leader. We know that Black women are the majority of waste collectors. I think you have about 1 million. The fact that you were there at the president's inauguration with a main role, this has drawn attention to you. We also have a special secretariat that's responsible for this at the federal government. Aside from the payment for environmental services law, the federal government has tried to back you up in all your claims. I was there when you presented your letter. Actually, it's almost a book because there are 25 demands, and all of them have been responded or are being addressed. And President Lula is going to provide an answer by December 22nd at the the big exhibition called Expo Waste Collectors that you're going to have to talk about how we can improve structure, technical assistance to waste collecting cooperatives, and how to ensure that waste collectors are seen as partners in recycling. And today the government is implementing a trackability system for the invoices. So the invoices that go from the waste collectors all the way to the recycling industry. And now we will also follow what happens after the recycling industry and see how the material is being used. So there is a decree that's going into public consultation, which is going to talk about how much you have in terms of recycled content with progressive targets in terms of recyclability, targets in terms of returnability, So making sure we have a little bit of circular economy going, and also making it more difficult to use packaging that's not recyclable. Today in cooperatives, Aline, we know that plastic is about 20% of what gets there, what arrives at the cooperatives, but because there's a lot of metal, the plastic only accounts for 60% of the revenue. Plásticos, where you work in Brasilia, it has become a reference, and over the next few months, it's going to install a plastic processing machine and one for glass as well. I see that you've visited a few experiences in Colombia, for instance, to get to know other experiences and see how things are done abroad. And more, you've understood how important it is to have this perspective of the market and how you can better value these products. So, in your opinion, what's the current context like? What do you think should be prioritized by government and other level, by federal government and other levels of government to make sure we can move forward? Good morning, everyone. I'd like to greet you all. Congresswoman Marina, I'm a fan of yours, and I hope to be like you when I grow up. I followed very closely everything that was going on with waste collectors in São Paulo and the huge victory they had thanks to your leadership. So on behalf of all waste collectors, I thank you very much for that. I'd also like to greet Itaipu, Fabiana. Itaipu also has had a historic partnership with waste collectors. And what Itaipu has managed to get done is kind of our goal, what we aspire to, especially in terms of compensation. She was telling me how much they're making now in terms of income, and I said, well, this is what we need. I also like to greet Severino, who works right alongside the same movement I work with, and Secretario Adalberto, thank you for introducing me. It's an honor to have met you, and it's an honor to have you on our team and try and make sure waste collectors have more dignity in their work. It's a very important topic. You are sensitive to our issues, you're there right next to us, and you listen to us. So thank you very much for that. I am a waste collector, as you might know. I've been doing that since I was 14. And I've been in the cooperative since 18. I come from the Recico cooperative. My mother, my grandmother were both waste collectors. My father, he has passed away, but he was a waste collector. We migrated from the outskirts of the federal district around Brasilia, and we migrated to the federal district. And we moved to Taguatinga where other waste collectors, families were living, most of them coming from the state of Bahia. And we were kind of lost. We didn't really know what to do. And if you think it's not appropriate work, we can't do waste collection with dignity, it's because you don't know the alternatives. The alternative is sometimes much less dignified. So recycling has allowed us to transform our lives. It also gives us hope a lot of the time. So my family has always practiced waste collection in the streets, not in the landfill. I am also part of Santicop. I am director and president of Santicop, which is a network, one of the largest cooperative networks in Brazil. It's been around for 17 years. It's formed by groups of autonomous waste collectors that lived on the outskirts of the Senate in Brasilia. They fed themselves with the food, the food that was left from all the cafeterias in the center or the restaurants around the Congress. And they were doing it, collecting waste, not to change their lives. They basically created the association so they could remove the middleman and work on negotiations themselves. But it's now the role of Senticop has gone beyond that. It has an essential role in being able to be the middleman and being able to unite everyone and let everyone know that working collectively, a change could happen. And now it has become a business model. As my third and last term as president of Senticop, I understand that the waste collectors networks in Brazil are our main tool in order to be able to strengthen our work, our category as waste collectors. I think this is a good instrument for us to be able to connect economic activity, valorization with the market. So in terms of access to industry, the networks work precisely to help us have that access. We've now created this network. It's very well unified and we're ready to deliver a product that is high quality, but a lot of the time the industry closes its doors. It doesn't want our product. It says, oh, well, you need to register. So we go and we register our cooperatives. And then they say, well, what about the tax regime? Okay, let's look at that. We'll go to accounting, we'll do the math. Let's work with incentives in terms of tax reduction. We're able to negotiate. So we solve the tax problem. And then they say, oh, well, now our stocks are full. You have to get in line to be able to send your material, your load. So there will always be difficulties for us to evolve. And this is something that at Senticop we have learned in practice.
In Brasilia, we have a self-managed recyclable waste pickers organization, but still we face lots of difficulties when it comes to having credibility to be able to negotiate, to be heard, because people do not believe on us. People think we cannot go any further in this chain. We have to stay at that place. And when they see a Black woman sitting on the table to negotiate and to eliminate all obstacles that have been imposed on us, that can be scary. So they need to create further obstacles, further barrier, so that people cannot evolve. So I am the chair of a central. We have 23 cooperatives and associations, at least 1,000 waste speakers that are associated. 73% are women, and maybe more, even a greater percentage of Black people, because the inequality in Brazil has a color and it has a gender. I'm also, for 20 years, I'm part of the national movement of waste speakers and very proud to be part of the movement. I share the objectives, the ideal, the struggle. I am the mother of 7 children, 6 boys and a girl. And I thought I had some time, so I decided to study as well. So I go to the university. During the pandemic, I concluded the school. And in 2020, during the pandemic, I applied for the School of Law and for also social services as well. I got a scholarship, but I lost the scholarship, maybe thanks God. So I was attending law school and social services at the same time, but I really wanted to study law. I studied law for 1 month remotely, and that's the best thing I've done. It was a dream for me to join the university, even if remotely. And it was able for me to believe on myself, on my capabilities, and also to be a model for other women who are in the cooperatives. Previously, we had mainly men as leadership in the cooperatives, and now we have lots of women. And after I joined the university, they said, Aline, she's the president of the group, she's part of the national movement, she's part of Likely Network. She's the mother of 7 children. She's a wife. She takes care of her mother, of her grandmother, of her dogs, and she also studies. And they were saying so many nice things about me. And then I said, well, and then we created partnerships in our cooperative so that we could provide education for people. So at present, we have 5 to 6 waste speakers who are going to the university. So we have great inspires, people who inspired us a lot. And I wanted to say this because it's not all negative things. There are good things to say. This is my first COP, and I'm so honored to be here and to share this panel with you and to speak to you because the invisibility is huge. And when you have a waste speaker stepping on this floor and entering a COP, you see, we become aware that we are important too. I mean, I couldn't believe I was about to come to a COP. Now they call me an airline bridge because I travel a lot. And I traveled a lot right before the COP. I said, God, help me. I want to go. I wanted to be there. I was sick. I was in Colombia for a week with 15 waste speakers from different sectors, as well as my brothers and sisters from the trade union. And we were there because we wanted to solve a problem that exists in Brazil. We want to be part of the solution, but very, very few care about this, except for the government, because they give importance for this issue. But this is the plastic issue. I was going to show you a video, but there is no time, but you can visit my social network and you can watch the video. It is a 30-second video because I want to know what it means to have a group of waste speakers separating the waste that is produced today. It is a very short video that allows you to understand what happened. The Brazilian Development Bank invested over 20 million reais to create units, to put in place sanitation plans, waste management plans, landfills, and etc. I mean, a big infrastructure was put in place, and so many people actually separated their waste. So there is no easy solution. When you have a public policy for waste management, when you put in place infrastructure, when you want to make things happen very fast, sometimes it is not possible. This is a challenge that we have in many cities. I mean, you do not close a landfill from night to day, overnight. You have to do something with this waste. I mean, if you just put the waste under the carpet, you're going to need to wash this carpet. There are steps There are processes you need to follow when it comes to closing up a landfill, creating a treatment unit, creating a consuming sector, legalizing the activity, giving good conditions. So there is a set of steps, and you need government support to make it happen. Because there is an entire chain. And also, it's very important to remember to educate these people who are generating waste. Tell these people what kind of waste people are generating, what kind of waste can be separated, where this waste is going to be addressed, how this is going to be treated. I mean, this requires education, oversight. When you improve logistics, but when you improve landfills, you also have other side effects. In Brazil, we generated 82,000 tons of waste. This is a data generated by Abreup. And I was quite surprised because 45% is organic waste. And where are the 45% of all this waste? It went to landfills, except for Sedicop, that uses the belts and separates. So maybe it's not about leveraging the technology, but I believe that if we can treat the waste generated by the population, we can actually improve waste selection, waste separation. If we can separate dry waste from waste that is sent to landfill sites and waste dumps. So we need to educate people as to organic waste selection, compostage. This can be a business model. Composting can be very powerful in Brazil, and we need these rich fertilizers for the agriculture, and we need these fertilizers to contribute the same way we see in California, where it improves the supply chain. I saw also composting plants in Italy, so maybe it may sound easy, but no, we are not just waiting for things to happen, but I'm just trying to say that there are ways forward, there are possibilities, and I believe the COP is good for this because we can share what's been done, what is available. It is interesting to present the things that have been done and that will bring about short-term results, but we have urgent matters to tackle. So we need to have more people involved, the communities. We need to have also the executive branch. If you want the federal public policies to be implemented, you need to work in hands with the state and the city level. So you need to involve the societies as a whole. The federal government also has to foster municipal level public policies. In the first 45 days of Lula's government, we resumed lots of policies and our activity, but the decent working conditions cannot come in half because the bottlenecks are at the city level, at the state level, and I've been discussing with people and I hear this quite often. The waste pickers associations, they need the participation of the states, of the cities. So that's what I had to say. And of course that I acknowledge all the attention given by the federal government, all the efforts undertaken by the federal government. It is a complex issue, but we have this challenge that we needed to overcome together. And regarding Colombia, they are very much organized. Colombia is a reference model in this area. They have a solution for plastic waste. And visiting Colombia was important for me to see solutions that can be used in Brazil. We treat 40% of the waste in Brasilia, about 1,300 tons of waste per month with 400 waste pickers, and 60% of everything we receive cannot be recovered because it's contaminated waste. 60% of the 60%, half of it are plastic that cannot be recycled or has low recyclability. Because we also have the packagings. I usually carry a bag with packagings and I show the packagings. I usually do this when I attend a meeting because people see some packagings, they think it is recyclable because it's 100% plastic. All right, it's 100% plastic, but plastic that are not recyclable, but should be. So these are BOPPs, plastics, the ones that are used for packaging snacks. Some have the label, but they are not really recyclable. You know the PET, the PET bottles that we use for beers, for cakes, milk, a wonderful milk that you all drank, but the packaging is not recyclable. Several plastics, and we cannot only think about the economic aspects and say, I'm going to send it to a landfill, to a waste dump. No. Sometimes people visit our unit and say, well, this is not recyclable. Say, yes, unfortunately, it's not recyclable. And, you know, plastic wood is one of the solutions. It is quite innovative and its place. You see, I live in a place where we have a park that uses a lot of iron, and one of the children got injured with the iron. You know what? There is a solution for this. We can build parks with plastic wood. And I must say they are also beautiful, not only safer. Furniture, it can be made of plastic wood. You know, we are talking about energy transition. So you see, Haddad showcases the plastic wood, and this might be the paradigm shift so that we can go from a scenario where we are not economically independent, because people think that the industry pays for the service of waste pickers, and it's not. And the waste picking is a service that is rendered and needs to be paid for. And if it's not paid for, it is similar to slavery work. So when you work 30 days per month and it's hard work and it's unhealthy work and you don't earn not even 500 reais per month, how can you define it? So I would like to conclude. I'm sorry, I spoke for a long time. It's a lot of information, but I wanted to say that I'm very happy to be here, that we are warriors, men and women, and we want changes when it comes to the environment and to sustainability. And in order to carry out change, you have to fight together and not alone. You need to be connected with other people, with other sectors, with other communities. In order to do so, I count on you. I hope you won't go back home with the same mindset. I hope you've heard me and that you know that from now on you have a mission. Be it at work, at home, at leisure. You have to think that when it comes to waste, you have to think about the waste pickers. You have to think about the environment. It cannot be an empty speech. It has to be put into practice. You need to change your habits, and changing a habits is not made of words, but with a change in behavior. So let's act, because we have a climate emergency. So we needed to act differently. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Aline. Você realmente é uma inspiração, um exemplo para muitos desse setor. Né?
Thank you, Aline. You are truly an inspiration for many of us who work in this.
A gente vê
Thank you for giving us that dimension as consumers. We see all the waste arrive at Senticop. Most of it is contaminated, and the population is not doing this separation of waste correctly. And sometimes, a lot of the time, it's the municipalities that don't get it done. So you have people separating their trash, their waste, and then when they are picked up by trucks, everything gets mixed together and it's contaminated. That aspect of organic waste, it's important for you to mention it. We're very happy with the call for the bidding process that the Ministry of Environment has done, that has actually looked at separating organic waste. 200 municipalities participated in the bidding process. We were able to choose only 8 projects, but I was happy to see such big participation. And of course, the challenge of integration with municipalities. We have a group working on waste at the federal government. We're trying to look at reverse logistics, recycling, and just 1/3 of municipalities have a budget to be able to have a waste collection program or system. Most of them have absolutely no budget. So to close, and it will be a challenge for him because he likes to talk, Severino, we were in Paris together at the Global Plastics Treaty, and Brazil was the only one who actually talked about the waste collectors, the waste pickers, the importance of having them be heard. And here in Nairobi 2 weeks ago, we had 10 delegations who brought waste pickers and their associations were represented. You have an important role in creating the International Solid Waste Alliance. I know that you had some slides you wanted to show. We don't have a lot of time, so go for it and talk to us about at which point waste collectors now have a place internationally and how they can get the debate going. I would just like to greet you all. I won't go one by one so we don't waste time. Aline, Solidaria, who is here in the audience, as well as, and all of you who are here. I just want to give 1 minute of my time to thank all the team who's coordinating this stand, the pavilion, people who come here very early to prepare. And it's not easy to do. Those of us who are used to organizing this know how difficult this work is, how much work it is, getting coffee ready, organizing everything. I've been working at COPs a lot of the time, and I know they arrive very early. So congratulations to all of you for the work you've been doing. I've been picking waste since I was a little boy. We have Arika here as well. She is another person who has come from the same region as me, and it's important to have many people participating at these COP. I tend to say we have to be our own voice. So if waste pickers in Brazil, as soon as they decided that they would speak for themselves, they wouldn't allow for other institutions to speak on their behalf, whatever institutions they might be, then they have been able to grow. The opportunities Aline mentions to be able to strengthen waste pickers, this was an assumption made by our previous leaders, which was that idea that you wouldn't have others speaking for yourself. And before, Lula was talking to a middleman. But when we took on that role of leadership, when we became a main player, we were able to make ourselves heard directly by the president, and we made it clear that we didn't need anyone to speak for ourselves. So it's wonderful when the president is backing our work and our friends in Latin America say, "Oh, you're so lucky you have a president speaking on your behalf, or defending your cause." And you can get there too in other countries. So what we want to do is to send a green light, so we will go back to discussing waste collection problems all over. We need to talk about climate, plastic treatment. And in order to get it done, we went to the government. We're very lucky because the General Secretariat of the Presidency, which articulates all the waste collectors and gets them in contact with the federal government, they reached out to the Foreign Ministry. Angelica opened its doors and she wanted to understand, what are these waste pickers talking about? Why do they want to go to the COP, etc.? So that was a blessing. And there was another blessing, which was the fact that someone came, someone was designated to give priority to the topic of waste collectors and all their claims. And it's precisely Adalberto who is here. So why am I saying that? After all the difficulties we've suffered in the previous government, we really wanted to be able to make it here and have our own space. And I let them know just a while ago when we arrived, well, now you are at Waste Picker's house. You are here to hear from us, and we have now our own space here. It's time to hear and to listen to us. So we have this international solid, or actually the International Alliance of Waste Pickers. It's going to be founded next year. We have the Latin American Recycling Network. Lots of people, Aline, Alex, Severino, myself, and others who have participated. We have ANCAT, the National Association, one of the most important to work with logistics, and we have Unicatadores, which now provides us with this international representation. This is the map showing the affiliation process. I like to show it because it's taken more than 10 years just to be able to have all these countries. So we have waste pickers all over the globe. If you say there are no waste pickers in the US, well, there are quite a lot in Canada as well. You can see this in the map. Here I'm showing you how many countries in each continent. So you have Asia, Africa, Latin America. There's a lot, of course, because the ant work that was done right before the social fora is what allowed us to have so many countries and a strong movement. And of course, North America, Europe, you have mostly United States, Canada, Italy, and France. And they each have their own way of working. As soon as they gave us a green light, we tried to make ourselves present internationally. So first at the ILO, we had a congress there. It was very important for us to be present. The National Waste Pickers movement opened up so other movements could also participate from other areas. And this is what we do best. I always say, you all have the right to be there. We should open the doors and we should be in there talking. Let's talk to the ambassador. Let's have him give us some coffee, some caipirinha, as happened when we went to the ILO conference in Geneva. And that's important because we have to be there speaking for ourselves, otherwise someone else will be there. Here you see our meeting. Actually, I met Adalberto in Paris. I talked to him. He was in Brasilia, and I talked to him over the phone, but I actually met him in presence in Paris. And that's important to be present internationally. To have someone like Adalberto also allows us to facilitate the network we want to create. And we've transformed Brazil as an international ambassador to defend waste collectors. Starting in Kenya, when 15 nations supported waste collectors. And what exactly is that? There's a basic text that people who were working there, the international experts, were saying workers in general, the general term. And we said, well, yes, okay, we can talk about workers in another context, but here we're talking about a plastics treaty, and we want you to have it state waste pickers and workers. And this was a very big struggle we had to get them to add the term. And Angélica, Adalberto, Nelsinho, the ambassador, Silvio Albuquerque himself, emphasized that you're right, we should say workers and waste pickers. And the minister from Peru, she's a close friend to our minister, the environmental minister, Marina, and she's a close friend to us as well.
Se dizem apoiadores de governo, incomodado porque o Brasil quer...
Some people who pretend to support the government are a bit bothered by the fact that Brazil is a reference in waste picking and in agreements. A lot of the time, Brazil gets the agreement, gets it done behind the scenes for the Paris Agreement. A lot of people didn't realize that it was Brazil, it was Minister Isabel, environmental minister, who got it done behind the scenes with lots of discussions, networking. This is in English, but because we're thinking about COP30, it's 2 years from now, so it started yesterday actually. The Brazilian group, led by Adalberto, has started talking about COP30 and what we need to do so that Belém can host it very well, so we can solve the waste picking problem in Belém, because it's not about just having COP go through there and nothing gets discussed, nothing gets solved. Here is a list of international events that we've been participating in. So we did the FIFA World Cup in 2014 in Rio, the Carnival, Rock in Rio, a huge concert, and we did excellent work there, and Formula One, the last international event we worked in. This is to show that we are able to take care of waste management. We will be able to do it in Belém as well, if we are helped. Of course, if the population helps us. So listen to everything that was said here in this panel. At the World Cup, Copamar was the one who was able to collect all the event from the World Cup. We're used to doing this with huge events. We can get it done. Here, what was done during Rock in Rio by our friend Roberto. Here, the example for Formula One. And now I have reached my last slide. It's important for us as waste pickers to show that we are respected. We are respected by the president. The president is dedicated to our cause. Sometimes this leads people to be a bit jealous. Some states of Brazil have governors that do not give attention to waste pickers. And we are very close friends to the president. The current mayor of Natal, for 3 years, has not renewed its contract with waste pickers. So we've been working for free for 3 years, and I've been doing that because I am a friend of Lula's. And it's true. So we have this here to show you. I have a video and I will not show it to you now. And it's a video that shows Lula meeting a series of waste pickers. And he says, well, what I like is that when I meet you, you just ask me to improve your quality of life. You're never asking me for a position within government or for anything else. You just want me to defend your cause, and that's wonderful. On the 22nd of December, President Lula is going to participate in a forum with waste pickers. The only year he didn't make it to this meeting was when he was in prison, mistakenly, of course, as was proven. And as soon as he was released from this horrible action and lawsuit that was that put him in prison, and then he was there. The next year he was there, and he always participates. Internally, within the Latin American movement, we've already started preparing COP30, and we're going to have the best waste collection systems. If it's up to the Latin American waste pickers, it will be the cleanest. We will have wonderful recycling rates. The mayor of Belém agrees that this agreement needs to be made so that we can make it a beautiful COP, the best COP that you've seen anywhere.
Obrigado, Severino. Em nome da Aline, cumprimentar todos aqui da mesa, todos. Desculpe,
Thank you, Severino. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to thank you. I apologize, we do not have time for questions, but it was amazing for us to be able to be here at the Brazilian Pavilion. And this was the only one. They organized so many events, about 600 events, and we were able to get one event about the waste pickers, and it was so important to discuss this issue. So thank you once again very much.
Bom dia, agora sim. Bom dia a todos, sejam todos muito bem-vindos. E o nosso painel hoje falaremos sobre
Hi, welcome to our panel where we are going to discuss the challenges and opportunities in fostering circularity and innovation in the industry. We have a representative from ABDI and the Ministry of Trade and Innovation, MDCA. We are going to have Perpétua Almeida from ABDI, Ivonete Coelho da Silva Chaves, Manager for Environmental Licensing and Coordinator of Solid Waste Technical Chamber at Instituto Água, and Adalberto Maluf Filho, Secretary for Urban Environment and Environmental Quality at the Ministry of the Environment. Today, we aim at connecting the circularity and innovation agenda with sustainability, sustainable development, new businesses, a new industry. Our Vice President Alckmin usually talks about neo-industrialization. I actually prefer new industry, but I think it is essential for us to think about new production models, new production processes. And today I'd like to discuss this topic with you. How can we suggest solutions and industrial processes so that we can turn the economic potential of the forests into new business opportunities that are sustainable? So if you allow me, I would like you to start with your initial remarks. Perpetua, if you can talk from the perspective of ABDI in terms of circularity, fostering innovation, and how does ABDI provide support to the industry and the advancement of the reuse industry and the resignification of products in our country. Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to greet Ivonete. And you see that Marcelo and Adalberto, they are COP heritage, COP assets, because they attend almost every panel, which is a good thing because they work very hard. Instituto Amazônia has been working very hard and is becoming a reference where we can discuss the industry and environment. At the beginning of the week, I attended a panel here together with the Ministry of the Economy. And what I said is that even when we discuss major problems in the world, the same thing we do here at COP, where we discuss the climate crisis, even in these circumstances, you cannot forget the connection with the lives of people. And today we're going to discuss circularity. We're going to touch upon the reuse of materials so that we can save the forest assets. And I am an Amazonian, so I needed to establish this connection. Each and every technological solution, innovation, needs to include a connection with experiences that do exist in the Amazon. If we do so, we have greater chances of success. And I can give you two examples. Say a community in the Amazon, Caruarí. This community, they fish a fish called pirarucu, and they plant cassava and açaí. They've been able to increase production once they realized that all the remainings they threw away could actually be used. You know, parts of the fish that they did not use for food and parts of açaí that they didn't use in their production, they decided to reuse it and transform this into food so that they could feed turtles in the nearby community. So this is a technology. This is the reuse of technology. I can give you another example from the state of Amapá, where they improved their pirarucu fish production once they stopped throwing away the skin of the pirarucu fish on the streams, on the springs, because they understood this could be a raw material for the industry. So the pirarucu skin that was no longer threw away on the river was treated and sold to the industry of shoe manufacturing and clothing manufacturing. So maybe you who come from Brazil, who are wearing shoes or a bag, you have some technology that was created in the Amazon by the Amazonians. And it's very important to make this connection because Recirculate Brazil, Recircula Brasil, is a partnership between the federal government and ABDI. And we hired an institution that tracks the products that are used in the context of this program, giving a certification. And this institution has been hired and they created a platform. So there is an accreditation unit for the products that will be circulated. And it's important to say that when this platform was about to be created with work carried out by these partners, Thalita is here, she's part of this process. We had an aim. The aim was to point a way forward, to indicate a way forward that would show that the circularity in the industry can be feasible and can be proved. And the industry should use recycled material. And that's precisely what we did to comply with this aim. In this partnership, we assessed all tax invoices and we were able to track all information included in fiscal invoices and we're able to check double entries if they existed. So we have been capable to assess that the origin, the sources, and the amount of recyclable products were accredited and registered. So this is already the baseline for a future legislation in terms of avoiding by taxation. Because quite often organizations operating in this recycling sector, they complain about this because when it comes to reusing products, when you use a product that has already been taxed, you cannot tax it again. You cannot tax it twice. So we have a solution for this. We propose a solution through this platform, which we're going to submit for the federal government. So to improve the circularity, it is important to avoid a double taxation of products that have already been taxed and then are reinserted in the industry for a reuse. We have a decree 1044 as of April 2022 that was replaced with decree 11413 by President Lula that provides for the independent verifier, the result verifier. It's provided for in the legislation decree, and the objective is to verify the results of the reverse logistics. And then we might wonder, if the purpose is to ensure traceability, transparency, the reliability of the process, then how can this be carried out? We had this question, this open question. And I must say that we had 3 international meetings on plastic pollution. Adalberto attended some of the meetings, so he can add on my speech. And in these international gatherings, it was said that we needed to have the traceability and the transparency of all products used by the reuse industry, the recycling industry. If this process takes place, if we are effectively able to trace the products, and if we're able to say this industry is using this percentage of recyclable material, this can be a big shift when you provide a treatment to plastic. And the Ministry of the Environment that is here represented by Adalberto, and that is chaired by our Amazonian Minister Marina da Silva, they were really a pioneer because the Ministry of Environment submitted a proposal of a bill on plastic that sets forth a target for recycled content in plastic packagings. And then I ask you, how can this be done? Because the decree sets forth this provision. How can we enforce it? How can we carry out the assessment, the checking? How can we accreditate this process? Then we have a proposal. ABDI, together with AB Plast, submitted this proposal because ABDI is an agency from the federal government in charge of developing the industry, and we are proposing a solution to reply to these questions of how can this process be effectively carried out and how can we provide the certification. So ABDI create this Recirculate platform, Recircula, and this platform has been tested and proven to be capable of assessing the operation of all players with information regarding the origin, the use of recycled content in the manufacturing of new products, therefore accrediting the entire circularity, the entire circular process. So we are proposing this solution because ABDI is a federal government agency. And here, my friends, it's not only me saying. It is not AB Plus, it's not the partners of the platform. This was stated by the United Nations on the Environment Day, and the United Nations commented on this platform. Sorry, I'm struggling with the new technology because I can't find it. Anyway, the United Nations stated, the platform will allow for the complete traceability of recycled plastic in Brazil, in addition to the monitoring of the entire process, starting at the disposal and going through the reuse in a new innovative packaging, period. So Brazil has a product that has been accredited by the United Nations, not only accredited by the institution we hired to create the platform. If a tool or such an instrument, this tool or without such an instrument, we are not able to prove anything. So maybe these fake defenders of the environment, they can carry out all this greenwashing and say that their product is accredited. No. You need to ensure the traceability, and our platform does so. So the Recircula Brasil platform puts Brazil in a position of advantage because we are a pioneer in circularity, because in addition to promoting the reuse of what we have without having to extract again from nature and exhausting the resources of the nature, we are also reducing the pollution, we're also ensuring plastic circularity. It becomes a reality, it becomes a transparent process that is proven and accredited. Additionally, we avoid companies from faking any process, such as with the green packagings. So this platform, Recircula Brasil, is a means to comply with the decree enacted by the federal government that is subject to public consultation. So this platform has been acknowledged by the United Nations. So I think that we, in Brazil, from ABDI, from the Ministry of the Environment, we have to transform this platform into public policy because the federal government passed a decree. International bodies are saying that we needed to put in place an accreditation process for the recirculation of products, for informing the recycled content of new products. If all of this exists, if there is such a claim, and if we have a solution to certify the products, this needs to be turned into public policy. And that's our struggle. Our program, recognized by the United Nations, is the only example of innovation and circularity that can be used in all sectors, and it enables the neo-industrialization as referred to by Vice President Alckmin. What is the new industry? What is the neo-industrialization process? It means using good practices that take the environment into account. This is a Brazilian innovation acknowledged by the United Nations textually, is now being presented at COP28, and we needed to work in this sense. Each one needs to contribute, and we have the Vice President, the President, the Minister of the Environment, the federal agency. We are here presenting this solution that has been already recognized by the United Nations, that can be reproduced and used and adopted by other countries. Recircula Brasil allows for the monitoring of the plastic process, and in Brazil, on the top of having this platform as a public policy, we can also invite the world to adopt it, to use it. Thank you.
Perpétua, devemos enaltecer a forma.
Perpétua, it's very important to highlight this initiative. Indeed.
Você coloca que cada deve fazer sua parte. Mas eu acho que essa ação demonstra que a gente, cada fazendo a sua parte.
You say that we all have to play our part, and it has to be done jointly. So ABDI, together with the industry, together with the federal government, you're presenting a structured action that, in addition to the decree, you also provide this platform that can be used, because quite often the business people, they have to comply with text, with legislation, with decrees, but they do not have the tool to do so. So this is absolutely great, because this is a high quality initiative, because it is very well structured. It sets forth the basis for the compliance of the decree, and it provides the tool as well. So this means allowing the business community to adopt the rule and add value to their industrial process. And it's important to highlight the importance of the circular agenda. Only 7.2% of the global industry is circular. So there is a huge opportunity to be seized. We needed to reinforce this agenda that will generate wealth. And the platform can reverse this trend and increase circularity in the industry. Absolutely. Studies indicate that circular economy might generate $4.5 trillion in industrial production by 2030. This is a considerable amount. And in the past years, assets grew by 28-fold. So there is a clear intention, there is a huge movement in this sense. We have to set the basis to allow it to happen. Now, I would like to hear from Ivonete. Could you please tell us about the experience in Paraná and your institute? In year 2019, we disclosed a research indicating that 73% of interviewees, business people and businessmen in Brazil, indicated their interest in circularity with circular inputs, recovery of resources. Nevertheless, 70% of the same interviewees didn't know what was circular economy. You see, there is a need to educate the Brazilian entrepreneurs, to tell them they are already circular, they have some circular practices, because by doing so, you gain in productivity, you gain in competitiveness. So if you could please share the experience of your institute. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos. Então, é tema que é muito
Good
importante.
morning, everyone.
Foi muito bom ter trazido isso para a COP, porque a nível mundial nós temos que trabalhar com a
It was
circularidade.
very good to have this topic here at COP because we need to work with circularity.
A questão
Well,
por que
globally, we
nós
need to
precisamos
discuss
chegar na
this.
circularidade?
So why do we want to get there? This idea of circularity, because the consumption of natural resources today has reached a level
Escaparmos
where
de ter uma afinidade nesses
we
recursos.
cannot avoid
Só um minutinho, eu gostaria que
this
passasse
idea that they are finite, that these resources aren't
a
infinite.
apresentação.
Can we please have my presentation up?
Pessoal da
Thank you.
podia subir a apresentação. Já tá disponível, é porque não tem retorno, Ivonete.
Aqui.
It's available, but it's behind you.
Bom, então,
Okay, we'll make do.
ok, nós temos que então pensar no consumo, né? Hoje,
So we have to think about the
nós temos
consumption
problemas,
of natural
qual é o
resources.
desafio da economia global no século XXI?
What's the challenge global economy has in the 21st century? It's precisely
Que evite
being
o consumo
able
excessivo de recursos
to
naturais, como hoje nós estamos
reduce
tendo, né?
natural
Hoje a
resource
gente tem um
consumption.
aumento das
Today, we
emissões,
use too many resources, which has led us to this increase in greenhouse gas emissions. We have data here. I can't really see very well.
Então, quais são os dados? A gente tem do nosso sistema FIEP, né? A Federação das Indústrias do Estado do Paraná.
So the State of Paraná Industry Federation provides some data showing that
também aumentou.
global population has doubled over the last 40 years. GDP has growth 4 times, and extraction of natural resources, globally speaking, has increased 3.4 times. Today, we consume 92 billion tons of resources, which come from nature. And if we don't do anything regarding that consumption, the number could reach 190 billion tons by 2060. This is not a small number, and the tendency is for it to increase if we don't change anything. Because today we have a linear economy. So we extract natural resources from forests, from whether it is water resources or mineral resources, we extract. It goes into production, and we don't think about recycling, reuse. We just consume them and then throw them away. So what do we want in terms of circular, regenerative, restorative economy? We have to go back to this idea, as was very well put, because very few people know about this idea of circular economy. As you mentioned, very little people understand, especially entrepreneurs. They don't really know what circular economy is. As you said, you need to educate. And most importantly, I represent the state government within its environmental secretariat. I work with licensing and monitoring of these companies. And I think it's important to establish a partnership with them, because our role today is not just monitoring, making audits, controlling them. No, we have to work with them. We have to work with whomever is generating economic development, especially sustainable development. So this is what our institute is doing. And our secretariat is the Sustainable Development Secretariat. That's the name it's been given, which shows how important this issue is to us. Some examples of some positive examples of circular economy, whether in the state of Paraná or elsewhere, is intelligent design. So making sure that you have products that are designed taking into account their ability to be reused, recycled, repaired, etc. Waste, organic waste compost. That's very important. For some companies, they collect all this organic waste to make manure or other, and it goes into their own production if it's agribusiness, or even in their own food production for a cafeteria, for instance. Also in Brazil, being able to replace oil products and fossil fuels in energy generation. This is very well structured in Brazil and the state of Paraná, more specifically for the cement industry, for instance, being able to replace it. We thought it would be difficult to do so, but it hasn't. It hasn't been that difficult. We've been able to prove that we can replace fossil or oil products in the cement industry. Here you have an example of the difference between linear and circular economy. In circular economy, you have this idea of producing, using, and reusing, and whatever is left is really what you throw away, what you really cannot reuse. According to a UN survey, if today we were to increase the reuse of materials from 8.6% to 17% by 2032, which would allow us to double global circularity, then we would have a reduction of 39% in greenhouse gas emissions. As was stated, we know that this is a policy that needs to be implemented because it's a way for us to reduce emissions and therefore have an impact in climate change. So circular economy is a solution. We need to work very strongly to implement it. It will help us reduce our carbon footprint. And a lot of the time you think only about the environment, but it will have economic benefits as well and social benefits. So you have to think about circular economy as a whole and not just look at the environmental aspect. That's not the only positive aspect that it brings about. However, in order to really have a standardized circular economy globally, we need to have normalization. Today, we already have an ISO technical committee working on it, Committee 323. It's composed of 90 experts from 40 countries, and they already have propositions about how to normatize circularity. So some documents have already been voted at ISO. They will be published by April 2024. So you have some very basic documents about terminology, principles, and guidelines for implementation of a circular economy model. Some documents are currently under vote, and some are being finalized. So this will lead to 7 norms, which will eventually be published. I think by the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, we will have it published, and it will give more strength to the circular economy movement because we will have standards, norms that we can follow. Now talking about the new industry in Brazil. With the publication of our national policy on solid waste, which was published in 2010, the idea of circular economy is already integrated. I think it was the first time that we gave a push for circular economy to be implemented in Brazil, because it talks about non-generation, reduction, reuse, recycling, and treatment of solid waste. So this is from 2010. It means we've been working on this law for 13 years. We had a regulatory decree last year, which also included very important aspects. And all of this legal framework and regulatory framework will help us improve the legislation and secure this agenda in Brazil. So we need to discuss flow of input within the industry, outside the industry, but we also need to discuss what it will mean for the Brazilian industry as a whole. What can we mention about this new industry that will be created? The National Confederation of Industries have already identified some practices. First, process optimization, which is what we've been seeing the most. As an environmental agency, we've been seeing that there is an increase in process optimization a lot to be able to generate less waste. The use of circular input is also very important. Resource recovery, and one which is still too small, in my opinion, is product life extension. Here are the indicators that we use for sustainable industry in Brazil according to CNI. So first indicator is the usage of natural resources. We have advanced in terms of recovering and reusing natural resources. But we have to continue working on it. Then water security and production in forest areas. On this topic, we have a very negative indicator. It's close to the worst possible performance. And this is data that comes from the industry itself. Low carbon. We have positive indicators in that sense. And why? Because the reduction in CO2 emissions in industrial processes has been rather actually is something that the industry strives to implement because it actually helps it economically. Also, greenhouse gas emissions, a positive indicator as well, and energy efficiency. In the state of Paraná, industries are changing their energy. They're implementing a very good transition, energy transition. We have to continue following and helping them. Another aspect which is important in circular economy is artificial intelligence. Perpetua talked about trackability a lot. And if you use artificial intelligence in circular economy, you can have great benefits because we are very much concerned with trackability as well. And I think in that sense, we need to develop artificial intelligence. So we need processes that reduce the use of resources, that reuse them, that recycle the waste. And artificial intelligence can also help implement this circularity. Here you have a series of examples of how this is important. But now I want to focus on our public policies and what we've been working on in the state of Paraná to foster circularity. In 2023, we published a state law that establishes incentives for circular economy in the state of Paraná to increase the efficiency in the use of natural resources. It also fosters recycling, reuse, and the use of renewable energy. This law provides security to ensure that I don't have any more time. Okay, I will try to conclude. This law is very important for the state. And we have other laws that also look at how to provide this legal framework, this regulatory framework. We have Law 9500, which is the state policy for biogas and biomethane. We have already implemented, starting in 2012, a climate label that is given to companies that have been able to work towards sustainable development and circular economy, and also greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Here we have sustainable energy, a program about sustainable energy in Paraná that looked at environmental licensing process and makes it faster and more efficient depending on the type of energy, wind power, solar power, biodigesters, and of course cogeneration, which is very much used today. And it's also a way for us to think about how to improve energy efficiency. We also have this other program about renewable energy in the rural environment for agriculture mostly. And that's it. So basically, I think there's lots that has been done, but we still have a lot to do regarding this topic. Our goal is to work together with the industry. In the state of Paraná, we have the Federation of Industries that we work very closely with to be able to find common solutions. That's it. Thank you very much. I'll be available for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ivonete. At the National Confederation of Industry, we have the communication with every sector. The big size to have technological and financial conditions to promote innovation, but our bottlenecks lie with the small-sized and medium-sized companies. We have the bill for the circular economy. So how can the regulation beyond command and control can foster and promote the inclusion of small and medium-sized companies so that in the entire Brazilian industrial matrix, we can have a promotion of innovation? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, ABDI, for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here. The Ministry of the Environment has been working closely with the National Confederation of Industry. Perpetua, she's a friend and a comrade. I would also like to greet our Minister, Marina da Silva, all the members of the panel. When it comes to circular economy, this is a recent topic in Brazil. This year, we celebrate 13 years of our National Solid Waste Management Policy, and we have some public policies in the context of recycling. So post-consumption, consumption takes place, and in the post-consumption phase, we have disposal policies, waste management policies, and these amounts to almost, we spent almost 50 billion reais in grounding waste. We work in this part of the chain. However, when it comes to the pre-consumption phase, very little has been done in the past years in Brazil. Worldwide, the circular economy has stepped further, has advanced further, but in Brazil, not so much. But in any case, every week, everywhere, we have extreme weather events. At the beginning of the year, the state of Acre was flooded with a heavy rainfall, but right now, at the end of the year, the region is going through an unprecedented drought. So one event followed by the other, which means the cities will have to adapt, the countries will have to adapt, the industry will have to adapt, will have to engage into mitigation, therefore totally transforming our economies. So we have a linear economy which is fossil fuel based, and it has to become renewable and circular based on inputs that can be reused. That's for this reason that the federal government, with the leadership of the Ministry of the Economy, that actually is a very important ministry that can facilitate programs, can fund programs. The Ministry of the Economy coordinates the green transformation plan with 6 axes: sustainable development, bioeconomy, green infrastructure, but it includes the circular economy axe. At present, the Ministry of the Industry, the Ministry of the Economy, and the Ministry of the Environment have funds allocated by the UNDP, McCartney Agency, and some others, and we have the first draft of a circular economy national strategy that shall be submitted to public consultation at the beginning of the year. And the idea is to start thinking about what is provided for in the solid waste management program: reuse, recycling. We know there are great examples in the Brazilian industry which because certain sectors have been promoting circularity, and we've been trying to leverage reverse logistics policies because we have the reverse logistics as an important tool. So when the company uses a product, it has to provide it with the correct disposal. We've signed several sectorial agreements. We have 13 systems of reverse logistics, and some of them are managed by Conama Reserdos products, but many others are actually sectorial agreements, including the one governing the packaging reverse logistics. And today, this sector is more mature, but most of the sector is not inside, is not part of the reverse logistics. The small-sized and medium-sized companies, they are not part of the sectorial agreement scope. So we had meetings with the technical area, with different sectors. So we decided to have decrees and legislations providing for clear indicators that are capable of being measured instead of limiting to sectorial agreements. You mentioned the plastic reverse logistics program, and this will include targets of recycled content, a target for products that are going to be used, a target for the recyclability of the packaging, because, you know, depending on the type of plastic packaging, if you add a toxin, if you add, I don't know, a product, if you use certain colors, it makes the product recyclable or not. So we have all the sectorial agreements, and we are going to have specific degrees on card paper, on plastic, on glass. So we're going to put in place legislation setting forth the clear indicators that will make it easier for the industry to comply with them and to have more foreseeability as well. Because sometimes it seems that what we do in terms of recycling in Brazil is quite mature, is quite advanced. It had benefited from investments. Of course, that this sector has suffered a lot in the past years because during the previous administration, we had an increase in the number of export of waste because the export tax was reduced to zero in the previous administration. Anyway, we had an undermining of the plastic waste recycling industry, but it's recovering now. More and more. We work in this sense. We are, for example, planning a public consultation of industries that will operate in this area, and we'll also have the possibility of enabling the result checker, the result verifier. And Perpetua mentioned about this type of professional, because once I require the plastic industry to use recycled content, I have to ensure that the invoice does not include any type of fraud or double entry. I have to ensure what is included in the invoice. In the beginning of the year, the government passed two decrees that are very important and pertinent to this topic, namely the creation of the Interministerial Committee for Waste Pickers and the Pro Waste Pickers program. And when I studied the Recycle More bill, I decided to include indicators because in the past we had recycling credits, sale and purchase of invoices, and Brazilians are very creative, you know, when it comes to fiscal processes, selling and purchasing. And now we have a more structured system with structuring credits, meaning the ones that invest in the cooperative together with the city level management. So the municipalities, they have to pay for the waste selection, for the waste collection. We want to evolve so that agreements and contracts for waste selection have a specific chapter, because we have this truck that collects the disposal and sends this to a waste dump. And this truck cannot be the same truck that will collect selected waste, recyclable waste. Otherwise, you're going to contaminate all the waste that could be recycled, the glass, the plastic. We have to work on this. So we have the three-party National Commission, and we had a meeting on solid waste management policy, because I know that the industry also wants a harmonization of reverse logistics legislation. Some municipalities have it already, but say an industry that is operating in 27 different Brazilian states, and this industry has to comply with 27 different state legislations. It's very difficult. Different systems. So we found a consensus, and this is going to be unified. So we're going to have a national harmonized legislation, one single national system, one system for accountability of reverse logistics, and we can have municipalities creating specific policies. And once we have this, we can have a evidence-based public policy. So this is made possible thanks to ADBI's initiative to create a system that would enable the traceability of the entire process. And now the recycling industry can have a direct relationship with the plants and with a full assessment of the process. My first agenda when I took office was in a meeting with waste pickers. And when I reached the unit, I saw things that were very organized, and you had the logo of the company. It looked like the company was helping, but it was actually not a recyclable packaging. You know, I buy this milk for my daughter. I think I'm buying something green and it's wonderful, and the packaging is not recyclable indeed. So we needed to work on that.
Senador Jacques Wagner, ele já inova, ele já traz aspectos importantes, né? Temos também outros PLs que lidam com
And we have other bills that address the topic,
né? Ele já é pouco mais complexo, né? Em alguns
and it can be complex in some aspects.
sobre a restrição e eventualmente a proibição.
And we can have the prohibition and the reduction of the use of plastic of single use. Because, you know, we have so many products that can be used only once and then you have to dispose it. Yesterday, we launched the voluntary credits that will be launched. In Belém, we intended to do the first COP without plastic, a more integrated approach to waste management. So I think the Brazilian industry has evolved 5-10 years back in time. When we tried to implement the first reverse logistics policies, there was a reluctancy on the industry because the industry didn't want to undertake commitments. It has changed. The Brazilian industry is actually leading the process. And in the first semester at the government, I had 130 meetings and hearings with industry sectorial agencies that wanted to discuss recycling. Everybody is interested. We are able to set the prices, the procedures, say how much it costs. So we have these leading companies, they have an agenda already. And we can now include the small and medium-sized companies. We should also include the consumer and have a transparent system. And you know, we are doing public consultations with the industry before opening the official public consultation. And we've been working on this draft for over 1 year. We thought the text was mature. We heard comments during 5 hours, and I realized it was not ready to be subject to the public consultation. So we decided to go back home and do some homework and revise the text. So our objective is to be more open, more transparent. And together we can work with the industry so that the legislation and the decrees can be complied by everyone. The reverse logistics dynamics was responsible for a huge amount of money, and the bill of the reverse logistics is being paid for by the Brazilian industry. It's not the importer. It's not the retail that sells product of their own brands, and several big-sized companies that are very known, they are not doing their share. And they think everything is going to be all right, but we know who they are because their competitors send us the list, the email, the telephone. You know, we have the notes ready that are about to be sent to these companies, asking them to ask them to present their reverse logistics systems because they are not present at the sectorial meetings. So everything is going to be clear, transparent. And I believe that everybody wins with the circular economy. we can have so many benefits from the mitigation of problems, and in a circular economy reduces waste, generates efficiency, improves industrial processes, and makes Brazil more competitive. Use of renewable energy, we have a clean matrix. We can provide industrialized products that are low carbon thanks to our energy grid, and we can also reuse the inputs with more circularity. Adalberto, you said something very interesting, which is the capability the Ministry of the Economy has to integrate. However, it is reducing the taxes on low-value products, so we cannot ensure the circularity or the reverse logistics of this product. So what is going to be the destination of a product coming from China, coming from other places? So this is a focus the government should have. And I'm not talking about tax barriers or protection of the national industry. What I'm saying is that the country is working a lot, but the government has to bear in mind what is its stance in relation to lowering the taxes of low-value products, because people are buying from all these websites cheap products, and there is a connection with the circular economy. Yes, the Ministry of the Environment, IBAMA, and the Federal Revenue will launch Syscomex, the new portal Syscomex next year. Syscomex will include an item in which the importer and the exporter will have to indicate if they are part of a sectorial agreement, because these importers and exporters will have to pay for reverse logistics as well. You mentioned the greenwashing, Perpetua. We mentioned this capacity of mobilization. And in the private sector, it is the financial market that has this capacity of mobilization. And they informed they will not buy risk of any nature when it comes to illicit and irregular or fragile operation. So the financial sector is driving this innovation agenda as well. And I am very optimistic about this agenda because I think we are in a great moment when it comes to public policy and the addressing of this agenda by the federal government that also relies on the understanding of the Brazilian business community. And we have a financial sector that is funding all this. So I would say we are in a great moment of convergence of these forces so that we can unlock the agenda.
Na questão da logística reversa, ou mesmo
But there are many gaps in terms of reverse logistics or recycling. We cannot continue concentrating productive processes. Actually, let me reformulate, because I don't want to sound like I am defending something that goes against what you're promoting, since it does make sense. So, recycling companies and the industrial processes are concentrated in the southeast. How can I transport waste all the way from very far away to São Paulo? There is a cost to make it feasible. So I think part of the public policy needs to be decentralization of recycling poles or hubs in Brazil. We need to have them in the north, in the northeast, not only for social inclusion, but also to ensure that it's applicable, that they're able to get them recycled, because the cost of transportation for some Brazilian regions just make it possible to happen. I just wanted to close by saying that we are here. There are about 70,000 delegates about 200 countries. We're all here at COP to reaffirm our commitments, to sign on these contracts, on these commitments we have made to reduce emissions. And plastic is one of the biggest villains in this process. International meetings have already started saying we need to establish targets for companies for recycling. The Brazilian government has just launched a legislation that's under public consultation, and it states clearly that there needs to be an accreditation process to check if the industry is doing it or not. ABDI is here to present a proposition from the Brazilian government, because we are a Brazilian government agency saying we have a solution. Because it was the UN that stated that our solution is unique. So here we have it. It's available for all to use. We want it to become a public policy in Brazil, but we also want other countries to use this platform, the Brazilian platform, as a solution whilst they develop their own. So you have a handbag such as this one. Inside, you have more information about ABDI. Fernando, who is from our central process, he is from the certification process. Talita gave the program its name. We have Rogério, who is responsible for management. Everyone from ABDI is here. Now I don't remember your name. Edu from ABDI is here as well. And we're all available for clarification if you want more information about the process we've implemented in Brazil. Thank you very much. Edu is our ambassador. We always joke about that. I think we have a question from the audience. Good morning. I'm Marcelo Souza. We are from an industry that recycles electronic equipment and technical recycling. Congratulations, Secretary, on the initiatives. I think we leave very motivated, and I'm sure I will put up a lot of information on my LinkedIn because I heard very good news. Regarding technical recycling, I have questions. We know how necessary it is to integrate the waste collectors, the waste pickers better. The previous panel with Aline's participation was brilliant. However, I would like us to try and suggest we advance more in Brazil. Today, I know a company that recycles BOPP, and it's able to do that by 100,000 tons, 200,000 tons. And I know a company that has technology to be able to recycle Tetra Pak at an industrial scale. Does the government foresee investment in these areas? Because Marcelo has mentioned this very well. We need to have new industries to reduce distances and facilitate logistics. Now we're trying to implement one in the south and one in the northeast. However, we have difficulty in accessing credit. So we can work, and I loved what you say about the design. It's brilliant, but if we don't also look at the industrial structure, we're going to collect all the material, we will have public policy, but we won't have the possibility of recycling. And it can take up to 18 months to build a recycling plant. So does the government foresee being able to provide credit lines, investments, so that we can actually bring technology to Brazil and have our infrastructure ready to recycle all the equipment that's going to be collected? Just to answer on behalf of the government, not very long ago, we created the Green Sovereign Funds of Brazil, or bonds rather. One of them was a proposition that goes specifically to recycling. And so starting as of next year, I hope to have a credit line that will be ready. We also have an incentive recycling law that will allow us to have tax exemption, making it possible for the private sector to invest if they recycle. So those who sell products and have difficulty recycling can use part of their taxes to invest in solutions that will do that. And we've been negotiating also to try and get the private investors involved and have some kind of unit in the north. We are supporting Abitec to develop a system in Belém. The first system we tried to implement didn't really work out. Just to give you a sense, to bring 14,000 tons from Belém to São Paulo, you have a huge expense. And so we really thought the system, because it was just not possible to pay all that. So we now are going to have recycling in the north, glass processing in the center-west region of Brazil, and make sure that we are better spread throughout the country. Thank you, Adalberto. Of course, we defend the idea of a free market. It will regulate itself, but perhaps the financing mechanisms can help the development of the various areas and the various regions. So maybe have these credit lines available in the north, in the northeast, so that recycling isn't concentrated in one region of the country, in the southeast and the south, as it usually happens. We need to include the north in our productive processes, and this is, of course, public policy at its core. I think we have another question. My name is Glenn. I live in Juquitiba, metropolitan region of São Paulo. I work with waste management since 2002, as an environmentalist since 2006. I've done hundreds of cleanings in beaches, mangroves, bays, and one of the biggest bottlenecks is the lack of capacity for the technical people in the small municipalities, in the inland. I just signed a contract with FEIDO. This is a project that I sent to the city hall because our city hall doesn't have the technical capacity to actually create these projects, to draft them. And this is very obvious when you go to the state of Bahia, to Rio de Contas. You go through so many municipalities, you reach Itacaré, and you look at the beach. One of the most beautiful coastlines we have in our country is covered in plastic. And this is a show of a complete lack of capacity for small municipalities to manage their own waste. The collection system is so small, is so lacking actually, that a lot of the waste goes to the rivers, and the rivers lead all the waste to the sea. I've been all over Brazil. I've coordinated actions to clean beaches, maybe all over the state, in all Brazilian states. And I wanted to know, do you have an incentive program or a capacity building program for small municipalities, for environmental secretariat? Because a lot of the small municipalities don't even have an environmental secretariat. It's like an annex in the environmental or tourism secretariat. So you have someone who doesn't have technical knowledge, there's no budget. That's one of the biggest bottlenecks we have. You talk about decentralizing recycling systems for areas where you're not even collecting the waste properly. So I think the problem is way we're actually looking ahead because the problem is way deeper. We have 5 minutes. I'll just allow you one more question. Well, we have 2 questions. Maybe very quickly ask your questions, and then we will have final comments and your answers. Please be quick. Good morning, everyone. I'm Luciana. Black Voices for the Climate. I come from the Atlantic Forest. Thank you very much. We believe that data needs to be shared because it allows us to get a sense of the real situation. I have a question to Perpetua. She talked about fishing, the pirarucu fish. According to the data, Brazil has exported 119 million tons in Brazil, which is, sorry, 119,000 tons amongst all the kinds of seafood and fish, which accounts for 25% of what we had in 2021. I come from the state of Espírito Santo, where we have a lot of problems with the waste. So at our city hall, we started thinking about how to transform all the waste into flour to make feed for animals. So my question, Perpetua, is, does the government think about public policies to be able to develop and transform all this fish waste into feed and also create some kind of trackability as you have created for plastic so that we could reach the international market, build capacities, allow the fishermen to have another activity, especially when they get older, but also when they can no longer fish? Hello, I think it's still good morning. I'm Camila Aragão. I'm from the same organization. I live in social housing in the city of Salvador, in Bahia. And in the place where I live, it's included within an environmental protection area. And all around, we have quilombos, former slave communities, rural areas, and settlements. I work with waste pickers, recyclable waste pickers, and I also work as a health agent. And I started doing that because I saw how horrible it was to have these people collecting waste from their own trash. And this is social housing that was built thinking about them. But we didn't even think about the waste management that we would have in this area. We have the landfill of Salvador, the sanitary landfill of Salvador, which is close by, and we're working to try and establish some kind of waste management system in my social housing. So why don't we involve these people and try and provide income, build capacities, have them trained by the city halls, and have them do the work before sending all of this to the landfill? A lot of the time, the city hall just gets involved giving gifts for Christmas or trying to help children. But their activities, their actions are not effective. They really need to work much harder. Do you have any project, anything you're thinking about to deal with these huge social housings that are being built? And it's starting to continue with the current government. They're going to build more of these housing. And what can you do in terms of creating some kind of waste management system for these places that are being built? Thank you very much. Thank you, Camila. So we have a question from Glenn, Camila, and Luciana. I'd like to invite all of you, including you, Camila, to go to the website of the Rondônia Federation of Industries website. We had a project a while ago called Catamais Project. The idea was to support waste pickers cooperative in the state of Rondônia, so they would transform their own cooperatives into businesses, so with a well-structured organization, value adding, making it even more professional, the work that they already did in a more professional way. Something is being said outside of the microphone, so we cannot interpret. We apologize.
Ok. vou ter que suprimir o tempo de vocês, minuto para cada
So I apologize. We only have 1 minute each to answer the question. So try to answer and give your final comments. I believe that the biggest innovation of the modern world is to be able to go backwards and go back to our roots, learn. And I come from the Amazon, so I have to say this. We have to learn from the indigenous peoples, from the rubber tappers, from the traditional communities, how to care for the forest. How can we reuse? How can we not just look at the forest and how you can drain everything that you can from there? No, it's a circularity idea, and you see that very clearly in the forest, in their knowledge. I mentioned 2 examples, and it goes back to your question. At ABDI, we don't establish public policies. We are a government body that looks at public policies that come from the Ministry of the Environment, of the industry, and we just facilitate to ensure that the policies reach people so that they are filled, so they are implemented, all these policies. And when the government decides that there needs to be a trackability process, then we create a platform for it to happen. So if there is a public policy, we can facilitate its implementation. This is what we do. I think I want to make a comment regarding what you said, Marcelo. Being able to reuse materials. There are things that we produce in the South, and even in the South, we have difficulty reusing materials. So at the government level, we need to work with technology. We need incentives for new technologies, new recycling technologies, because there are materials that whatever you say, you cannot recycle. They just accumulate, and sometimes they even go to landfills. So technology incentives is important. And just to answer Glenn, you mentioned a very crucial aspect. This year, we had a call for projects that look at compost of organic waste, to have also urban agriculture. 200 municipalities participated in the call, and we only were able to finance 10 projects, which is why we created a program to look at resilient cities. This program looks very strongly at capacity building within the municipalities, looking at urban issues, environmental issues. We know that's a problem we have. And if the national health system works, and everyone can see it in practice working, it's because the municipality is receiving budget and financing to be able to do that. But of course, environmental aspects have been left aside for a very long time. So we didn't have a budget. We haven't been able to develop. Just to give you a sense, when Marina was in the ministry before, and I was working in the government, we were able to have the budget for the environment go from 0.5% to 1.2%. And we created many, many parks. And a lot of the time when you do have a budget, it's about 0.3, 0.4%. I think in the union, the federal government budget is 0.4%, which is very low. So we need funding, we need capacity building, but this would only be possible with better coordination, collaboration. Thank you all very much. It's a robust agenda, a robust topic with numerous possibilities. And I think we do have to learn from the unified or the universal health system, because in health, we have one of the best mechanisms already in place. And in other areas, I think we need to learn how we can build this network so that it works, so that it is effective. And projects, money is there. There is opportunities, there are opportunities, but we are lacking projects, especially in terms of the Amazon region and what we want to develop there. Thank you very much. Wishing you all a wonderful day.
Alô, alô. Muito bom dia. Muito bom dia a
Good
todos
morning, everyone.
aqui presentes. Agradecemos pelo interesse e pela participação.
Thank you very much for your interest and your participation. We are going to have a panel on the restructuration of the climate fund and how we can use this funding tool in Brazil.
Nesse painel,
In our panel, we will have a quite diverse composition. We have Nabil Kadri, who works in the Brazilian National Development Bank's environment sector that is going to address the refundable part of the climate fund. Also, Luciana Nicola, who is in the Sustainable and Institutional Relations at Itaú Unibank Bank, and she's also an expert on ESG matters. Mariana Barbosa, Legal Chief Officer and part of the Green Institutional Relations, and Talden Farias, an expert in environment for the Association of Municipalities. So different views, different perspectives that will address the opportunities and challenges in connection with the Climate Fund. And we also have the Executive Secretary of the Ministry of the Environment, João Paulo Capobianco, who will make his initial remarks. Thank you very much. Capobianco, have the floor. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to share this panel with you. This panel on the Climate Fund, a fund that has been recently restructured, a considerable restructuring, a very important one. Today, the Climate Fund is one of the pillars in the funding of the green transition that is part of a program that is led by the Ministry of the Economy and Ministry of the Environment. As you know, the Climate Fund has been dismantled in the previous government because the civil society was no longer a stakeholder in the Climate Fund, and we resumed the involvement of all stakeholders in order to make this fund more effective, therefore ensuring the contribution from all parties. We reunited initiatives by the government and from different ministries, and we reviewed the green transition plan, and we restructured the fund, which is key. It is one of the main financial mechanisms to fund this transition. Therefore, we had to discuss the capitalization of this fund, how this fund could be relevant and could effectively fund the green transition. And in this sense, we raised capital in the international financial market in the amount of $2 billion. The initial offer was $2 billion. As a result, we raised $6 billion. We finally raised 10 billion Brazilian reais, which is one of the main financial tools to fund the green transition. And this will be managed by the Brazilian National Development Bank in the form of refundable fund bonds. And this fund became very important and relevant in order to facilitate the green transition. So the tool can enable the funding of the transition, and the allocation of funds has been agreed with the participation of all stakeholders. And it's very important to say so, because the involvement of the society, private companies, government, different levels of the government allowed us to reach a long-term consensus when it comes to the green transition, which is the number one objective of this fund. So I'd like to congratulate everyone who contributed to the creation and the revision of this fund. And we are going to work in close partnership with the Brazilian National Development Bank. And I'd like to greet everyone. Thank you very much. And now I would love to hear from the other panelists. Thank you very much, Capobianco. We know you have a very busy agenda, so please feel free if you need to go. I'd like to thank Apex team for organizing this session, and for Mr. Rocha, who is responsible for the financial department and proposed this panel. First of all, I'd like to hear from our panelists. You have 5 minutes each, and then we're going to have a second round. We know everybody has a busy agenda, and Mariana, if I'm not mistaken, she might have to leave a bit earlier. Anyway, Nabil, I'd like to hear from you from the Brazilian National Development Bank. Together, we worked in order to redefine the objectives and the priorities of the Climate Fund. And we were in direct dialogue with the National Treasury before we prepared the fundraising, and we understood it was necessary to have more funds and to be able to operate in greater scale, going from 300 million per year to 10 billion per year, which is going to be the reality next year. So what are the potentials, the perspectives, in your opinion? And also, please touch upon the challenges that you foresee. Thank you. Aloysio, first of all, I'd like to thank the Ministry of the Environment for having invited the bank to share this panel, and also the initiative of having a panel especially dedicated to the Climate Fund. I believe that we have been recognized by the creation of innovative bonds, and the Climate Fund was born in 2019, the context of a COP in the scope of the National Policy of Climate Change. It is a financial instrument that is a national policy, and it's great to be able to talk about this in another COP, and also to indicate the objectives, the opportunities, and the challenges. I often say that if the Climate Fund was about to be created, if it didn't exist, if we proposed a climate fund today, it would be an innovation already, because no other country have such a bold, ambitious, and simple proposal in order to fund the climate in related initiatives and the green transition. And I'm saying so because in the past years, it was created in 2019. It took some years until we got the first funds, and then we started with the first transactions that amounted to 2.3 billion reais in average, and almost all funds were allocated to secure the project. So we're going to end the year 2023 with the raising of all funds that have already been allocated to secure the projects. But we understood we had some bottlenecks and challenges to overcome. And the first one, and I'll open a parenthesis to say that we made a process of dialogue with the civil society so that we could better understand the bottlenecks and the necessary improvements. And then I close my parenthesis to say that if we want the Climate Fund to attain the objectives set in the national policy, it needs a different scale, because this will be a funding to technological innovation. So we are not talking about millions, but billions that are necessary to fund this decarbonization effort. We oftentimes focus on the mitigation, but we can also talk about adaptation. So we need high volumes. we had that problem, which is an amount of money that seems a lot, but it's actually very little. 300 million, it can seem a lot, but when it comes to transition agenda, this is almost nothing to enable the structuring of big undertakings. So the partnerships between the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of the Economy allowed for the issuance of innovative bonds, a sovereign sustainable bond that is based on this innovative mechanism that will allow us to raise this 10 billion. So what's the feasibility of allocating 10 billion to projects that will make a difference in the adaptation and transition agenda in Brazil? We can use the bonds to fund state, municipal level governments for the private initiative. The focus has been private initiative and sectors that have technologies that wouldn't be affordable without this type of funding. For instance, the biogas scenario, access to biogas from solid waste. These technologies are expensive. They are not 100% national, and they need to be internalized and expanded. And the funds for forests and water resources are quite low. The fee is 1% per year. These resources intended to fund environmental solutions, fund solutions centered on biodiversity, but not only. Urban transport, electrical transport. In Brazil, most of the greenhouse gas emissions are connected with urban and road transportation. We already have an energy grid that is a clean one. So electrical mobility in Brazil means decarbonization and renewable energy. In other countries, their clean is based in coal and oil, and then the electrical won't change the level of greenhouse gas emissions. In our case, when it means electrifying, it means decarbonizing, and the investments are very high that are required are very high. If you see the city of Belo Horizonte, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and electrical bus, the investments amount to almost 4 billion reais. It's no little money. Even this 10 billion that look like a lot, if we electrify transportation in these 3 cities, we would have to allocate the 10 billion only for this. So there is a challenge. One of the challenge is allocating these funds and structuring the adaptation agenda. At the BNDES, we believe that the climate agenda is perceived by the population through catastrophes, unfortunately. So we really needed to do construction works for the containment of slopes, of landslides in the coastal area. So these are infrastructure works that require the participation of public funding and low rates. So this is the beginning of a new fund, so as to say. It's the beginning of a new era. Of course, that it's not a new climate, but it is totally different, with a different scale, with a different priority allocated to certain sectors, and I am confident that we will be able to allocate the funds. We are going to have a second round and we're going to listen to Luciana, but I just wanted to touch upon a topic. We have an institutional innovation because we have a challenge which is allocating the funds regionally. In the past, we could only partner with public banks to provide funds in the context of the climate fund so that we could secure small-sized projects. And this was very difficult for us to reach the entire area of a given region. And a change has been made, so a parcel of the climate fund can be assessed by small private banks. So in 2024, this possibility will be real. It's not ready yet, but it has been approved. We just needed to conclude the institutional arrangements to make it available. I think that I spoke for more than 5 minutes. I am sorry, but that's it. These are my initial remarks. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Nabil, for your overview. So I think that Nabil led me to a question that I have to Luciana, because Climate Fund will also partner with the private institutions through refundable bonds, or the BNDES will secure the projects and allocate the funds via private banks. So, Luciana, you work for a bank. So, in your opinion, what are the possibilities and what is the interest of private banks in mixing funds from the climate funds that are cheaper, together with other sources of funding that might increase the funding capabilities? Thank you, Aloysio. In the Brazilian financial system, the banks are racing to the net zero objective. So when you see Itaú, Bradesco, Santander, we have a common view in this area. We have no competitiveness in this area. We're not racing because we have the same clients and the same objectives. So it's a common learning journey. And in the past year, we better understood the portfolio and the sector, so we were able to understand the specificities of each sector in terms of emissions, and we identify 3 levels of customers. The customer that is already engaged, that already understood that decarbonization and net zero are directly related to the continuity of their businesses. So they designed plans already, so we can have a very fine discussion with these partners, with these customers that will actually help us in the decarbonization journey. And in this sense, we see that there is an anxiety in these companies that want to have access to cheaper bonds, cheaper resources, and the banks are beginning to understand how this can play, because at present we cannot have this forcibility. We don't know if the decarbonization plan will translate into lower risk for the continuation of the activities of the company, therefore justifying lower interest rates. We are in the process of understanding. The companies are engaged, but other companies do not really understand what will be the impact. So in this sense, the climate fund can help the access to greater capital that will have the lower interest rates. But we have another type of customer, which are the customers that understand that net zero is there. They cannot go back in this agenda, but they really require a collaboration with the bank. So we have to try and understand how this can be played out and how we can find a consensus to facilitate and to enable the funding. And in this area, Climate Fund is very helpful because we can use these funds with a set of guarantees. So how can we structure this funding in a way that we can have credit from banks, guarantees, and the interest rates, being able to help these customers, these sectors that do not know yet how they can carry out the decarbonization journey, and how we can help them find a solution that makes sense for them. And then we have the third type of customer, namely the type of companies that didn't understand so far. But I think that the Climate Fund has this sense of opportunity. So the companies that are willing to go through transition can actually do it because, you know, private credit is able to facilitate this through solar panels, for instance. But each sector has specific challenges, and some sectors are more challenging. And in this, when it comes to reforestation, for instance, recovery of degraded land, the private sector is not able to fund all this works, and the climate fund is essential. So it can help us make these companies understand that they need to take climate into account if they wish their operations to have continuity over time. So I believe that the climate fund has this sense of opportunity. This is an approach. So if we think about the financial system, we can say that the climate fund is very positive in terms of leverage and fundraising capacity, and the climate funds help us enable and help us unlock technological innovation, because we, as I mentioned, we are beginning to understand the scenario and we have more questions than answers. We don't have solutions for the decarbonization of many sectors, especially sectors that are carbon intensive. This is a challenge for the financial system to understand what solutions are in place. And at Itaú, we have a hub, a net zero hub. And in this hub, we realize that there is a lot of discussions internationally, but in Brazil, there is a lack of capital, so we're not able to leverage, and we lack leverage in Brazil. In this sense, the climate change can contribute to unlock the agenda and facilitate and enable much more technology so that we can effectively help companies understand how they can undertake a sustainable journey. And of course, that this will also unlock other agendas that are challenging. But the short-term view is very much related to decarbonization as a risk. So I think that blended finance is interesting, but it should also take into account the opportunity approach. So how can we see the opportunity behind the decarbonization? And this would be very helpful to the financial systems, to the companies, and it would make this sector much more dynamic. I think that we will be able to see a lot of things happening.
E seguindo agora,
Thank you very much, Luciana. As Nabil mentioned, as we restructure the climate fund, we have defined 6 priority areas. And we will hear from the next 2 panel members, 2 of them. So the 6 areas are 1, municipalities, 2, transportation, sustainable transportation, and renewable energy, green industry, forests, native forest, and then a 6th line for innovation, innovative solutions, and climate. So these are the 6 main areas for the climate, for the fund. And I will ask you, Talden Farias, to talk about your experience. As Nabil mentioned, the active forest is a priority among the 6, which is why it has the lowest interest rate, but it's also a new sector. We have lots of challenges, but of course, huge potential. As we try and implement our climate plan, we know that restoration of forests is going to be a very important part of our activities to be able to meet our NDCs by 2030. So this is a very important and strategic area. So actually, Mariana, I will go to you. Can you comment your experience with climate and with restoration Brazil? I apologize. I am going to have to go to another meeting, so I want to apologize. I will have to leave. Maybe Nabil can take my seat so he's not standing in the end at the end of the panel, and we'll have someone here. Thank you. So my name is Mariana. I work for ReGreen, which is about scale reforestation. We hope with our activities and nature-based solutions, we can generate 15% in reduction in emissions. And we see this as an activity that's essential to solve the climate crisis. We're very happy to hear from BNDES and the Climate Fund. because it will be a way to support scaling up of our activities in facing climate change. Luciana mentioned the learning curve. I think part of what I will bring is not just our own learning and how we will interact with Climate Fund, but everything we've been doing so far is part of a learning curve to establish a new sector, a sector that has huge potential for growth. So looking at the multi-annual plan of allocation, fund allocation, I see three guidelines that have much to do with restoration. The first, looking at the industry, when we talk about electrifying agribusiness, then that is something that is linked to restoration and scaling up restoration. So that's one positive aspect of what has already been allocated in the Climate Fund after it has been reviewed. The second aspect is the growth of native plants, native trees, which is a way for us to leverage restoration and look at degraded areas and how to get them in a better state. And finally, a lot of what we need has to go through research and development. So for native trees, we have to be able to implement what's already been done in exotic species and develop that technology, that research, making sure we know how we're going to talk to the different fronts that are related, that work with the reforestation. Since it is a big challenge, there is a level of uncertainty, but also a level, very good opportunities. So just to tell you a little bit about our experience and how we access the Climate Fund. Well, first I want to emphasize how the BNDES has been really a partner. He has helped us, it has helped us bring solutions to the table. So congratulations and thank you. It's always better having someone to back you up and to work alongside. So this is the first important topic. Second part, which is a challenge actually, is the guarantees that are needed, as Luciana mentioned. So the Climate Fund has a low interest rate. However, there still is risk. Risk is inherent, even with the innovation of the law 1409, allowing us to have access to more than one financial instrument. Nonetheless, there's still a certain amount of risk that lies within the banks or that rests on the bank. So how can we have public policy not only to access these funds, but to also try and cover and reduce risk so that we can have access to our guarantees, but with a public policies that can maybe solve part of the uncertainty and handle part of the uncertainty. For instance, a financial instrument that looks at uncertainties and risks. So the less risk there is, the less uncertainties, the easier it is to have a guarantee. So how can we learn from project financing in our area, reforestation? This is what we need to develop. These are the next steps. And I think in order to get there, we need a lot of dialogue. The reimbursable part is one that, of course, we want to have access to, but we also look at the other part that's non-reimbursable. How can we have, for instance, blended finance mechanisms that are going to dialogue with people who are working on the field, developing seedlings, growing trees. And we've seen very creative solutions, not just for restoration, but in other markets. I know that company Natura is working on such a project where it tries to build capacities at the same time as it develops different means of funding. So I think looking at the sector as a whole is going to be very important, having this holistic vision. And finally, some parts of restoration are already planned in our annual plans, in our environmental programs, but it's pretty much spread out. So part of it is in the Cerrado plan, part of the elements are in another plan. So how can we have a unique plan that's coherent so that we can first have elements that establish the general vision we want and who's going to do what, federal government, subnational government, but also how can we get tax reform so that it can help? How can we look at land usage and favor restoration? All of that, all the public aspects are going to help the bank set priorities in terms of which areas should be restored, but also in order to remove those uncertainties I was talking about. How can we reduce the uncertainties so we have less guarantees that are needed and we can leverage these projects? So these are my initial comments. I think in terms of public policies, we are talking about NDCs here, but I think for companies such as ours, who work also with carbon markets and have high demands from international carbon markets, I think at some point in time we need to make it very clear how the system is going to work, elements that don't have to do exactly with climate fund, but in a way they do because they have to do with our national climate change policy and are decisive for us to establish a carbon market, how it's going to work, what are the adjustments that are going to be asked, etc. So this is basically what we've been doing so far, kind of my journey in this process. Thank you very much, Mariana. Your comments were great. I think what you mentioned, well, recently in the Ministry of the Environment, we established a National Commission to recover native vegetation, CONAVEG, and it focuses on working with local cities, local government, looking at just specific deadlines, 2030, 2026, etc. And there are specific instruments to get there. Maybe climate fund can be part of the solution, but yes, without a doubt, it's a very broad debate. Let's now go to Talden. He's going to give us the perspective of municipalities. One of the lines of the climate fund is guided towards developing locally a climate agenda at the different municipalities, both in terms of mitigation, so energy efficiency in urban areas, for example, and other activities, waste management as well. But it also looks at adaptation measures, which is a very important aspect. Nature-based solutions in the urban space, in the urban sphere, works for both. Actually, it can be both a mitigation and adaptation tool. And there are a series of investments that need to be made to reduce risks, to disasters, the vulnerabilities that we have in our urban infrastructure, and have it be more resilient to climate change. So lots need to be done for cities. But we do know you have lots of difficulties, challenges to be able to access financing in order to fund your local strategies, your local climate plans. So I'd just like to know your perspective and what actions do you think are needed so that access to funding can be made more efficient, more possible, and we can accelerate activities locally. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation, for representing ANAMA. We are going to speak on behalf of the municipalities, the local government. And based on what was so brilliantly said by Nabil, he talked about the new climate fund, and it's precisely that, even though there is not a name in the norm, the new climate fund was following a decision made by Supreme Court Justice Barroso through international perspective, discussion of the litigation, now the decision has been made. It's the most important decision in terms of climate for Brazil, but beyond environmental law, which is my area of work, this is a decision that has to do with financial rights, financial law, budget, how much is going to go, etc. And no public policy can be done if you don't have a budget to back it up. A lot of the time, environmental discussions forget about the guidelines for budget spending, etc. So we need to be more professional, especially within our municipalities and the municipalities where they're not very mature. The decision was important. The Supreme Court decision was important because first it recognized climate urgency. It's the only specific decision in that topic, and it recognizes that the climate issue is a human rights issue, which means it should be treated differently since it is linked to international conventions and our own constitution. I wrote an article about this. It's on the internet. It's available where we make an assessment of the decision. So let's look at the municipality's perspective. No public policy can be effective without municipalities being involved. And this is the case for the climate agenda as well. So municipalities have to take on this responsibility upon themselves because it is in the municipalities that things actually happen. Citizens live in a municipality. This is their direct contact point. So the capillarity, the effectiveness is going to happen when municipalities embrace this cause. So it's difficult to get there. Why? There is huge asymmetry in our system. We have municipalities that have a lot of money, though those that don't have much, and those that are actually poor in terms of resource. So we have to have a different perspective for each. ANAMA, as the representative of all these municipalities in environmental terms, has all kinds of associates. One of the difficulties we have is that many municipalities don't even know how to draft a project. So this discussion needs to happen within IBAMA, the environmental agency, the Ministry of Environment. How can small and mid-sized municipalities learn to draft these projects so that they can apply for funding and transform themselves into more sustainable and resilient municipalities? Municipalities are responsible for climate adaptation. So planting trees is the municipalities that get it done. Risk areas, it's the municipalities that are responsible for them. In our Brazilian system, municipalities, as part of the federation, need to participate. And so we need to build capacity so that they can draft their own projects. We need to have public servants that are aware of environmental issues at these municipalities. We need to work on efficiency gains, on productivity gains. And you need to do this at the local level, at the regional level. ANAMA is being very well heard and works very well with the current government. It's part of the management board for the climate fund, so we feel that we're being honored with this, being entrusted with this role. We have now 1.4 billion that are available, and it's going to increase. Traditional command and control instruments, however, are not enough. So we need economic instruments to exist, credit lines, funds, international fundraising. We need to develop all that. Now, municipalities can have access to the resources directly. This was a great step forward, and it emphasizes this idea that now we have a new climate fund, and ANAMA backs very strongly the new climate fund. Economic instruments have to be perfected, discussed, broadened, with more participation from municipalities so we can have the possibility of scaling up these efforts and establishing real partnerships. It's very positive phenomena for ANAMA to participate and to be able to contribute. And we hope that in 2024, the municipalities, including smaller and mid-sized municipalities, will be able to embrace this and actually be able to integrate their climate agendas.
Thank you. Thank you. Interesting to see about what is new in this agenda. The idea that funds coming from donation that are part of the federal budget, not subject to the roof limit, and any resources, even coming from donations, was subject to the same limit of expenses, even if it was made available. Even if it was available, the ministries were not authorized. And also, these funds that you mentioned are not subject to contingency. So it makes the fund more secure. So we have about 10 minutes before the end of our session, and I think we can open for questions and answer, and then we can have a final round. I just ask you to be very brief in your questions and very objective so we can have time for some exchange. Please be brief. Hello, my name is Luisa. I have a question to Nabil, but if the others want to touch upon the topic as well, thank you. I believe that the Climate Fund teaches a lesson for the funding of for the wind and solar energy sectors in Brazil. How can this be used for other areas that are also a priority, such as municipalities, biogas, and other sources? Hi, my name is Aline Soterroni, researcher at Oxford University. Nature-based solutions are important for mitigation and adaptation in Brazil. And my question is, what are the safeguards and the mechanisms of the Climate Fund to scale up investment in nature-based solutions, avoiding greenwashing? And the last question. My name is Cristina from the Socioambiental Fund. I represent a set of funds that exist in Brazil that democratize and enable access to funds for local communities that are indigenous funds, women's funds, and several other types of funds. More specifically, when it comes to the climate, we know how important it is cooperation with government, with banks, with philanthropies, so that they can reach communities to propose a solution, so they can fund their adaptation-related solutions. The fund we see is mostly targeted to the Amazon, but we find it very difficult to reach funds that will enable access to other biomes, to areas in the outskirts. So we would very much appreciate a line specifically for local communities. So I'd like to better understand what is the access to from local communities to these funds. Thank you very much. On the last topic, I just wanted to say something. We discussed the refundable mechanisms of the Climate Fund, because the Climate Fund has also a non-refundable scheme. The source of resources is the same, but the non-refundable scheme is in charge of the Ministry of the Environment. They are the ones that operate the non-refundable scheme. this fund is subject to the budget ceilings related rules. So with time, it has shrank. Although there was the availability of sources, because the federal government had a budget ceilings, there was less room for the non-refundable scheme that is effectively allocated to civil society, local communities. This year, we had a focus on adaptation to rural communities. But really, there is this budget limit, and this was a topic discussed at the management committee. And the idea is to restructure the non-refundable scheme as well. I just wanted to add on that. But the climate fund has, of course, this part that is more sensitive and that can be somehow a reply to your question. And also we need the forest related fund to be able to allow the access of local communities. I spoke too much. I'm not a panelist, just a moderator. So now I'd like to give the floor to the panelists to make their final remarks and to reply to the questions if they wish. Yes. So the question that was addressed to me. It is interesting because in 6 days at the COP, it's my first time to talk about this topic that is important for Brazil. Brazil made the change in our matrix, investing in wind and solar energy because we were able to find a solution that was affordable. It didn't exist. So the idea of reserve accounts, reserve auctions to purchase energy for fixed price, this entire system required a lot of articulation of the financial system, the implementers, the public authorities, in order to make this feasible, to make this a real possibility. Today, more than 10% of our energy grid is made of wind power, thanks to the structuring of a policy that we created. So at the beginning, when it was not economically feasible because the financial sector, the private economic sector didn't want to fund the sector, we used public funding. And the same goes for the solar energy. Once it started, the very committee realized it was no longer necessary to have this public funding because the system was going to be funded automatically. So we know that when it comes to other types of changes, we need specific models and policies. When it comes to the electrical buses at the city level, we discuss things such as leasing or have an operator that is not the owner of the fleet that can somehow invest. So we need innovation. When it comes to forests, we have new models coming up. And interesting when you see with some companies that are testing models. And that's it. They needed to be tested. We need pilots to understand if they work and if we can give a scale to them. But yes, indeed, we are now assessing every models available in Brazil and abroad so that we can adapt. And another topic is transparency. At the Climate Fund, we have a framing that needs to be followed, namely the annual allocation plan. This plan has to be linked to the NDC. When it's not linked to the NDC, it's not eligible. It is as simple as that. In parallel, we had avoided emissions calculator that was created in partnership with VGSS, in partnership with the Sweden government at the time, UK Pact. And for each project funded by the Climate Fund, we were able to measure the avoided emissions, and it's all included in the annual reports. And the Brazilian National Development Bank uses this calculator for the entire bank, for any project that the bank supports, even if it is with own capital, capital from foreign partners, we use the calculator. Please visit NDC portal from the Brazilian National Development Bank. We use the calculator. We oftentimes mention the risk agenda when it comes to climate, but we have to focus on the transformation agenda because we can measure how much emissions have been avoided. In the case of the bank, 100 million tons of carbon dioxide that have been avoided in 5 sectors. 20 years of the vehicles fleet in the city of São Paulo. This is the contribution given by BNDES to the Brazilian NDC as of 2015. And that's thanks to the calculator and several pieces of technology that allowed us to measure and to report to the population. And sorry, I took very long, I'm aware of it. Thank you, Nabil. Good. Now, if the other members of the panel want to make some final remarks, add on something. Yes. As for transparency, I think that in addition to the climate fund, the banks have been preparing and have been changing their view on the environmental risk, now the climate as well. So not only Itaú, but all the other banks as well. We have specific departments, ESG business hubs that assess the operations, that carries out monitoring in order to ensure that the investment is effectively being allocated to the original objective, and also in order to ensure we are gonna have the desired impact. So banks have been evolving in this sense. The last year, Central Bank disclosed a standard that required the banks to have ESG provisions. So we report to the central bank in this sense. So we've been evolving when it comes to risk so that we can ensure the funds are allocated to the projects that are about to generate the impacts, the desired impacts. Okay, just to conclude, because I have to leave, indicators and transparency, they are present in several points of the chain. When, for example, we carry out the auditing for the license, the consultation with the stakeholders and interested parties, also the carbon credit also is subject to the audit, and everything that has been done for mitigation and adaptation purposes have to be informed. So there is a role to be played by indicators and transparency tools. I believe that this is important to assess the success of the restoration project, so it's possible to monitor the carbon dioxide is going to be avoided, the jobs that have been created in the chain. It is all part of the concept of successful restoration, and it also allows us to measure and to quantify income, having more resilient models. So it's curious because Brazilian National Bank Development Bank is required to issue indicators, but the same thing happens in relation to us. We needed to create the businesses that have metrics and indicators that can assess what is today a restoration and tomorrow a conservation, and we can think about new flows of income. The indicators, they translate into resilience and the way I take a stance on the market. I think that all demands are intertwined, and I wanted to say goodbye because unfortunately I have to go. Thank you, Mariana. We understand. I have to rush as well. And I will now know if you want to tackle on the challenges, or I don't know. Actually, the municipality owns the land according to Article 72 of the Federal Constitution, and in urban areas, the concessions are authorized by the municipality, and 1,100 municipalities are carrying out environmental initiatives, and the climate becomes part of the urban control and of the environmental licensing. So there should be a dialogue, a communication between the risk concept, and it is true that it is not so much included in environmental policies and urban policies, but it should be connected with the funding system as well. So this communication will happen, and they should happen, and the municipalities needed to take care of their environmental assets, namely green areas, forests, etc., and they have to be paid for this, compensated for this. And we have a startup here. We have Guido Lemos, he's in the audience. He has such like initiative of remunerating, compensating municipalities for the preservation of forest areas. And we had a debate on digital TVs in Brazil. So the municipalities, they can look for alternative compensation. And the idea is, say, I have a conservation unit, and this will be my Between Aspas oil source, because tomorrow in the future, oil will be phased out. So we have to prepare municipalities to operate in a new economic mindset so that they can leverage their environmental assets and so that they can be compensated for these assets. So we need to have a joint initiative to qualify the municipalities to be able to carry out this type of work. Next year, ANAMA will give training for the municipalities so that they can learn how to make their projects, because some don't have this expertise. So once again, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, to thank you for the debate, and you can please count on us as a partner. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. So to conclude, we have an agenda of mitigation and adaptation that will be carried out by municipalities as well. In the Climate Fund, you have an intersectorial approach with an aim at the funding of local initiatives. This is one of the challenges that we have. And that's it. I'd like to thank you very much for the audience for being here, for the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, who joined us. And thank you for the panelists as well. Thank you very much for your presence, for your participation. We hope we can continue working together. Thank you for the Brazilian National Development Bank that puts a lot of energy and effort for this agenda. So thank you very much for the partnership. So let's keep on working and let's find financial solutions together. Let's find solutions to fund our climate agenda. This is a huge challenge. This is a commitment. And it is a commitment with the society, with indigenous communities, with all stakeholders. They are all part of this solution. Thank you, and let's keep on talking, and all the best to you.